It timed out well with the music. All right, nailed it, I think. Hello, is audio working today? What a weird, my computer maybe suffering a little bit. I feel like this music's too loud, and like it was too loud yesterday. I don't know. Let's try that. Is that too quiet? I don't know anything about anything. Hello, everybody. We are still working on the Switch extension. Yesterday I was thinking we had maybe finished the front end stuff, and then today I don't think that's true, because I think the delay thing I think is not actually working very well, and I think it's misleading. So I think we actually want to just cut that for now and throw it on the to-do, and maybe we figure it out later. But I think it's just not actually working. I think we also want to give some... let me think about how I want to do this. So we have the server side throttling, and that works, and that's like there just to make sure bad stuff doesn't happen. But the client side lets you think that you're clicking a lot, and maybe that's not good. So here's maybe what I want to try to do today. I think I want to do this. I think I want to say like indicate the latency to viewers somehow. But I think the way we're trying to do that currently just isn't working, and I think we cut it. So a max indicator life. Let's try to do this. Let's try to do custom cursor. And indicate cooldown. And this is actually going to be more like move latency based delay, and we will just have a fixed delay that we like in terms of animation. Because that other thing, I think it's one of those things, it's a good idea, it doesn't work. We call those in writing, you call those your darlings, murder your darlings. There's different interpretations of this, but the way I view it is that if you have an idea and it's so clever, like, so you have this big project and there's one piece of this project and you're like, oh, I've got this clever idea. Normally you think of it in writing, like say you're writing this whole novel and then there's one paragraph where you're like, oh, this is so clever, this little interaction or this bit of dialogue or whatever, but then it somehow doesn't fit into the bigger picture, and you start to find yourself like trying to bend the will of the larger project just to this one piece of the project, that you should just kill that thing, get out of it, get rid of the clever little piece that doesn't work. There are other interpretations to that thing, but that's what I think of it as. So we have this clever little thing that tries to be clever. It doesn't actually work. It actually makes the experience worse. So I think we have to murder our darling there. I'm curious what... I've heard this interpreted a lot of ways. So I'm curious what, like... Oh yeah. So that's more, this is more stylistic, the way it's written here. But I've definitely seen it in other contexts. Anyway, that's the way that I think of it, is if you've got some little clever component that is compromising the larger piece. Yeah, I'd kind of buy that. Anyway, murder your darlings. My personal take on that, my personal little mantra from that is clever is a curse. Don't try to be too clever. Okay, so we want to probably do one of these. We don't, actually. We need to do all this in the developer rig, which I don't like very much, for a number of reasons that aren't very exciting. So all of our stuff that we care about is in here somewhere, right? We don't set a duration here, but I think that's okay. And maybe we just go back to, setting the duration here. I kind of don't want to. I kind of want to keep it here. Like, this thing just isn't working. I think it's just not working. So I think we're going to cut it. And then the delay will always be 1 second, basically. Because the experience actually gets worse the worse the delay is. Last night I was many seconds behind, and it just meant that I had these Fruit Loops hanging out on the screen for hours. Not hours, but longer than would be ideal. So they can fade over the course of a second. Okay, now here's what I want to decide is if we want to have our own custom cursor when we're in the zone. So that'll serve two purposes. One, it'll let us indicate like an active and inactive version of the cursor. Two, it will help you understand if you're like in one of these stupid dead zones that I don't like. Off the top of my head, I know how to do cursor like, you know, pointer and things like that, but we want to do a totally custom thing, which probably means hiding the cursor and then drawing our own cursor. I think. I don't think you can just define... No, you can. You can also have the cursor be an image. Okay, I was wrong. I was dead wrong. I'd rather have the cursor be like a... like an object you can draw, but that's okay. We'll do the image. That sounds fine. So many fancy kinds of cursor. And then we would just change that cursor. So changing the cursor with CSS for better user experience or fun. So this is about just using like the built-in dudes. Oh, that's handy. None. Progress. Look at all these cool things. Look at that little cell. I don't really anticipate that. I mean, we could change into a little no signal if you were in timeout. Now, what I think I am going to do on the first version of this is not make any attempt to coordinate between client and server on the cooldown. I think we'll just handle them independently. I think it'll be fine. Custom cursor. Okay, happy boy. And then I guess we could just modify the cursor to have a oh, that's interesting. This seems like this version of Chrome does not do that. PNG is working. A GIF is not. Yeah, they're calling this crazy, but I don't know that I think that's actually crazy. I think that is not a bad idea, actually, because this just lets us draw whatever we want in there and probably modify it a bit more easily. So I kind of want to do pointer none or cursor none when we're over our main div and then just draw our own dude. Pug. I kind of want to do it. So that would look something like this. So we'd say, first of all, that we get no cursor in here, which is working. And then we would want to say, we just want our own cursor. That would be something not unlike this, really. For now, it will just be that. Do I have audio and all that good stuff? I hope I do. Seems like I do. And then we will have to track our own cursor. And then we'll need a... Life is yours. How's it going? We will need to... We already have a mouse move here. So once we have mouse move and we set the mouse position, we'll just set cursor to do its thing. Life is yours will be proud of me. Last night I went through all the front end code. This is not the right file. And stripped out jQuery of the, not here, but in this front end. We're jQueryless. Though maybe I'll add it back. Fleshing out the look. Yeah, I don't know if you've seen any of this. Did you see any of this stuff? I've been doing all the front end stuff. So, so like now there's a real kind of web page that you can land on, and now there's an extension configuration thing, and now there is, I styled the front end so you have little Fruit Loops when you click. And I'm working on this now. This is kind of the last piece of the stuff that gets submitted to Twitch that I need to clean up. And I thought I had it done last night, but then I changed my mind. Where am I actually? This. So what is this? Mouse move? There's a few bugs with the ring. I'm hopefully addressing them. What bugs are you noticing? So well, that's weird. What browser are you in? Not fully sure that I have all the CSS animation. Canary. It's not my fault. They're using a... I see the little sparkle there. Sparkle. Wait, no, the spark... Why is this... Why does it get so sparkly at the bottom? It may just be the aliasing when we shrink that small. So we could make the border get thicker when it gets small. So it doesn't do the weird flicker. Yeah, or just make the ring get thicker as it gets smaller so it seems consistent, and then it eventually just looks like a little blob. Okay, but first, I know it's well, it's not the radius, it's the border. I think it's just the sampling of it when it gets so small. And if it wasn't a border, like if we did this. Down here, animated to a way thicker border. Does that work? That's a little better. Although now my click is not centered. What have I done? Cool, I broke something. Weird. I wish you could scale. I probably actually could. Maybe that's the thing I want to do. Is instead of animating scale, animate width and height. And then I bet my my ring radius would stay the same, and then I wouldn't have to do this. That'd be better. This is probably going to not be centered. really struggle. No, because then even when it's at 0, that's not ideal. I don't know how I want to solve that yet. Can you do a make the border where it's always inner? Is that a box sizing thing? Border box? I was hoping that by doing that. I don't know. We'll think about it. We'll think about it. Meanwhile, let's try to get this cursor thing working. So what we need to do is when we mouse over, we need to draw the cursor, and when we mouse out, we need to show it. And we also need for there to be a cursor that exists inside here, probably. And by default, okay, there's a cursor. By default, display will be none. And then we just need a mouse, what is it, mouse in or mouse out? Mouse over? Mouse over and mouse leave, or mouse enter and mouse leave. Do I want over out or enter leave? Leave. What are you mad about? You're mad about this. What's the thing for like the original state in CSS? It's not just normal. What's it called? Like it's like the default state. Initial? It's just initial, right? Initial. I think it's initial. Although in this case my initial was none. Okay. Weird that it's seems squished, but okay. Kind of fear that there'll be some issue here. Maybe I should listen to both events. Well, that made it worse, so maybe you can't do this. Okay, so now we want to say mouse move. This is going to be off by half an image, but that's okay. Is that not correct? Oh yeah, man, I don't like this. No? Need a position absolute. Perhaps? Okay. So let's not hide the cursor for the moment. So we need to back up. Potentially, I could do it with transform. I was really just going to offset it because I know the width and height, but let's try that. I still get nervous with transform, but I guess it's well supported now. Look at that. Beautiful. Well done. Your CSS grew clearly. I guess transform is well supported now. I'm just still in this mindset where transform is not your friend. Okay, so this seems to turn on and off when we go in. So the thing we would want to do potentially here then, let's not not color background. "29 seconds. Something bad happening here? Whoa, what was that one? Oh, I've never seen that problem. That looks crazy. That's what you get for using these beta browsers. I really don't know what could cause that. I don't feel like I'm doing anything weird there. Unless there's some other way I should be removing something, like set a limit to the radius and kill it. What do you mean by that? Well, that artifact looks like something else. That artifact looks like a, I don't know. Oh, that's a weird one. It does come, yeah, which almost makes me feel like it is, I don't know, but it kind of makes me feel like it's a GPU thing, because I think all CSS transforms are hardware accelerated in Chrome. And maybe I could maybe imagine something, since I'm just removing it. Maybe I shouldn't be removing it where I'm removing it or something like that, that it's causing some GPU issue. I don't know. That's very much a guess. Actually, well, do you have hardware acceleration on or off? Maybe I should be used translate for the movement of this. I mean, a real easy answer here. Just let my Fruit Loops fade, and then you have no problems anymore, right? Yeah, let me do a few more things and then we'll try that. Okay, let's turn this cursor off again. Still a little worried about our like mouse in, mouse out. Feels like there could be a problem there. Maybe that's too big also. Maybe we need a cute little cursor. Okay, I think I'm gonna do a client cooldown also. It's not live. To appear, I have to push to GitHub for it to appear there. Let's just do that real fast. I feel okay about our changes thus far. Not you. You. Why do you not sometimes import? Does that work? Okay. Debugger tester? I don't know about that particular phrase. Okay, you might have to refresh, and sometimes it gets stuck in cache. Kind of want this little reticle to be its own little thing. Control-Shift-R removes cache. It should, although I feel like sometimes that doesn't work if it's because there's more layers of caching, like with the GitHub CDN. It should do that, but I've had I don't know why this is. Maybe it's just me, but it seems like even if I do that, it doesn't necessarily happen unless I like go down to the file and manually refresh it. That could be because of the CDN stuff, like it being cached on the CDN also. That shouldn't really matter, but yes, Control-Shift-R should remove it. You have all the things now. I'm a little worried about this cursor, but only a little worried about it. Maybe. I mean, now it doesn't look... Yeah, the size of it relative to the big ring is not good. I will agree with that. I mean, the little ring and big ring's relationship, I think, could change. That might be too big, though. That was weird. Seems like I lost my cursor for a second. Did you see that? I lost my cursor for just a moment. Is it because I was like actually mousing over one of the images? No, I can't get it to happen. I saw it again. That's a weird one. Okay, so maybe split the difference. Okay, so the real cooldown that matters is on the server because that's the one that's actually protecting us. But I feel like I do want to maybe add a client cooldown as well. Well, I could also do the thing, you know, what's the thing where you just tell something to not receive events? I don't know that was really the problem. Pointer events, if I just say pointer events none on on the click indicator, because you shouldn't really be able to click the click indicator. If that's the problem, then that should fix that. I don't know that no, it went away again. That's a pretty weird one. I guess we could log our mouse outs and ends and just see. Maybe I should be using over and out instead of enter and leave. What are the ins and outs? I haven't seen it happen here. Let's see. Mouse over out versus enter leave. I've always used over and out. Transitions inside the element are not counted. The events interleave do not bubble. Oh, I see. Well, that shouldn't really affect us, even if we're inside here, but we'll leave it. We'll leave it that way. Okay, so I really think I might like the width and height one better. With the opacity. What did I do wrong? What did I do? Oh. Oh, I can't comment you out. Oh, but that'd be annoying. We could account for that, but we'd have to like move it at the same time as scaling it. Does that look better in terms of just shrinking? It kind of does because the radius is maintained. Wish you could do the Illustrator thing, like scale, strokes, and effects. How to make the stroke immune. There's an attribute you can add to your rect. Oh, that's only if it's SVG. I don't know what I want. That might be too fussy at this moment. Okay, so let me think about cooldown. I like these in milliseconds more. That just means we need to divide by 1,000 here. My brain just defaults to milliseconds here. So we want to say that when you click, that we want to like enable the cool down and then deactivate it. So we'll like set cooldown true, and then if you try to click again, all these other things. And then we'll have a callback that undoes it. So basically it's just, and then I set timeout, yeah. And then we want to say that when that happens, we want to set the opacity on the cursor to 50% or whatever. Through a mini fire? No, because this cooldown is like for vanity. I mean, it may automatically be. So, okay, two things on that. One, I can't to submit it to Twitch. They won't accept minified code because they want to look through it and verify that everything's good. But also, I don't even do that manual anymore because I just have like the CDN do it. So for my stuff, I often will just turn minify on the CDN and gzip on the CDN and have that stuff done there. I don't know what Twitch does in that scenario. I don't know if like Twitch automatically minifies, but I can't submit it minified. But it would be totally fine if somebody decided to hack this because the real cooldown is on the server. This is just a vanity thing. I think. Okay, yeah, so now my cursor just gets disabled for 1 second, and then we can do like if cooldown, then return. Like don't even accept. So don't even accept clicks while we're cooled down. Okay, that's 1 click per second. I think actually on the server we're 4 clicks per second, so 250 milliseconds. Which that still lets you feel like you're doing your stuff. And that's variable, and at some point we should probably like cooldowns, or even let the broadcaster set them. But right now the server doesn't really talk back to the client. So, I mean the front end client here. Man, maybe the width and height is better. We could, I guess, cheat that with the border. Scale down, and at the same time, should we just scale to 0? I mean, really, we would scale up to what? I don't know. Oh, that messes up the box. It seems like the box sizing is not doing anything. I think that is a minor thing that I will just not worry about. Maybe, if anything, we'll just start bigger. That's too big. Maybe we won't do that. border. Outline. What is outline? When did outline become a thing? Life is yours. Where's your CSS expertise? I don't even know CSS outline was a thing. What? What? Oh, beautiful. Except outline doesn't listen to... Can you put a radius on the outline? Let's just make things up here. Oh, well, if you can't have a radius outline, then forget it. It doesn't do anything different anyway. I'm still not convinced that I love this in terms of just the visual styling of this. What do you want an outline for? I was just going to see if it handled scaling different than the border. Because what I would like to do is do a transform and then have the transform not affect it. We could do the width thing, but if we do the width, then we have to account for an offset of the width. Which you can, it's just annoying. Or we have to put it inside of a thing and then offset it that way, which could also be fine, maybe. Go out instead of in? That's outrageous. Let's try it. That's pretty good. Maybe that's the secret. So let's start it at 12. Is that better? I think it's better. I think it doesn't need to be that fast though. Or that slow. That's probably better, right? Good suggestion. Much bigger? You think so? I don't think it needs to be that much bigger. I think these are kind of cute. I think we could start it a little smaller. I think we could start it at the same radius of the... Oops. So those are 8. Border. So if this was 10, it would essentially start... I mean, if we started 8, it would just ping out from the size. And then that makes the border... Then we have the opposite problem because it looks like the border is scaling up. But maybe we start with a 1 pixel border. Bloop, 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 and then 1.25. And pretty cute. 2. Looks okay. Maybe these are 500 milliseconds. I like it. Yeah, good suggestion. That's maybe a little too fast. Split the difference. 750. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, and now that I think about it, this is like way more consistent with, like, if you do, oh, what is this dumb thing they added? They added some kind of streaming mode to Visual Studio. What do they call it? What do they call it? some Visual Studio Code 131, and it is called Screencast Mode. Screencast mode, and now when you click, well, this sucks. This just draws a circle. Their screencast mode is bad. This is bad. This is bad. Why did it space bad? No. Excuse me. I don't like it. I don't like their screencast mode. But other screencast software has more of like a little swimmy ping. So yeah, I think that's a good suggestion. I'm still not sure of what color I want this to be. I had thought about making that configurable. This also reminds me of pings in Dota. Not a ping test. I want like the little visual ping.
You must learn to sacrifice.
Yeah, this kind of thing, like the little swimmy out, like broadcasting information. I think that's the right answer. Change the preference and styles of that thing. Yeah, so there is this thing with the extension in the extension world called the extension configuration service, and you can make it where the broadcaster can. Whoa! Join us on Discord. Did they update this without letting me know? I don't remember that button being there. No, they changed it. There's a new version. What did they do? Correct width of panel extensions. Update configuration service view UI. Move help from the project details view. Help is now in the left panel. Move help into the left navigation. Implement edit context. Okay. So they added help here and added a join us on Discord button. Maybe I'll join them on Discord. Yeah, so anyway, you can do that. And I made a note in the to do. Change click color from live dashboard. I'm not going to do that for version 1.0, but yes, that is a thing that would be a long-term goal. Allowing just to configure this color. So I want to come up with the color that's sort of the least annoying, which may not be this. It may be cyan or something. I don't know. But I think this is working better than where we were. We have sort of the idea of cooldowns now, which also somewhere, yeah, conform client server cooldown. So let's push this stuff. Life is yours. Thanks for your suggestions. What if the cursor was fire? I started it with the icon, or like some version of the icon, and it was too much. It just was a little too intense. Maybe we could have some little simplified version. Yeah. Maybe in version 2 we'll have little animated icons. But I think to start, I want just start simple, because you know, I'm trying to launch this thing very soon. Can't get too hung up on little things. We got to get back to making demos, because I feel like the demos, all this stuff needs to look nice and be tidy, but the demos are what is actually going to matter. And not even, I tend to like sort of simple, clean interfaces, but my general project philosophy is to like, here's how I think about making projects. And I've talked to this came actually funny. I was just listening to Jonathan Blow talk, and he has sort of the same philosophy, but this comes from an instructor I had in grad school, Danny Rosen, who does amazing things. Let's look at Danny Rosen's work. He does amazing things. And it also, no, not Danny Rosen, but just Danny Rosen. Also coming a little bit out of a Daniel Rosen. Yeah. Probably his most famous thing is the wooden mirror. And it's great. But he has a lot of, man, that's just, wow, 1999. Woodmere's 20 years old now. It's very good, and he is very good. But his philosophy is sort of like, well, one thing that I loved from him that he would say was compromise early, compromise often, which I always like that. Is like to narrow the scope of your project and make it a real thing. But one of the other things is sort of this idea of, this also came out of a class. Maybe it was actually more from this other class. His name is escaping me. Tom from Studio Neat. Tom Gerhardt from Studio Neat. In fact, maybe it was even more so from him than Danny. This idea that when you're working on a project, there's all these pieces of this project. Like in this piece of the project, there's the back-end service, and there's the front-end Twitch component, and there's the front-end animation components, and like it's really easy. And then each of those has like 100 little sub pieces. Like, what does the cursor look like, etc. And if you're not careful, it's easy to like hone in and lose sight of the scope of the whole project because you're just too zoomed in on one little thing. And you take this one vertical slice and you refine it and make it beautiful, while the rest of the project sucks, you know? And so there's a danger to do that, especially if you're on limited time or limited budget, whatever, because you have this whole project like this and you just take this one slice and make it great. All the rest of this is still terrible. So I try to like uniformly make my projects terrible. And I think this is more of a Tom Gerhardt thing, was like like in product design, you'd call it like an MVP, the minimum viable product. Like what is the just minimum to make this thing functional? And that is kind of my philosophy, is like, rather than saying like, oh, let's make this one thing perfect, like let's make it all crappy and then make it a little less crappy, a little less crappy. And Jonathan Blow described it almost as like a wave form moving ahead as you like attack whatever's the biggest problem at the moment. And so I would like to make the cursor look better, but at the same time, there's so many other pieces of this. So now the cursor's like here, but there's parts of the project that are still here. So now I've got to go down to those and kind of elevate those a little bit. And I feel like in general that project is good because there's always the possibility that the schedule will get bumped up or the money will run out or whatever. And so even though with a project like this, the place I want that project to be is here, like everybody wants the project to be great, but in reality, something between here and here could go wrong and the project might have to be released here, which is why it's good to keep it kind of at a uniform level instead of being like, oh, you have to release, but the backend service doesn't work or whatever. That's one of the reasons that I decided to do the AWS stuff early rather than later, because the AWS stuff was a critical feature. And if I got to the end of this and I hadn't bumped that up, it'd be like, well, then I'm screwed, because that is a requirement for the contest, is to incorporate AWS. So I don't know why Windows does that to me sometimes and just minimizes everything. I find it very frustrating. But thanks a lot, Windows, for just deciding to minimize everything I was looking at and working on. Okay, so do we just do all the stuff? We have a custom cursor. We indicate a local cooldown, and we remove the latency-based delay. So that's good. Some quick progress. Let's submit that stuff. Do we have any other changes? Because I shook the window. Does shaking the window, does that cause problems? Does shaking the window do that? Why does shaking the window make other windows go away? Is that seriously a feature of Windows? How to stop arrow shaking from minimizing your windows. That is, wow. That's a real feature. Why is that a thing? What a stupid feature. I hate it. You have to change it in the registry? What? I hate anything I have to change in the registry. Makes me mad. This sucks. I hate editing the registry. Man, you suck. Anything that's Windows, you make me mad. You make me mad so much all the time. Maybe I just need to start maintaining my own little .reg file that changes all the stupid stuff I hate in Windows, and then I can just, whenever I use a Windows machine, disable allow shaking. Don't pretty path. I do that right? No, disallow shaking. Wait, I can't edit it? Did that accidentally have a space at the end of it? It did. Okay, cool. And I set this to disallow shaking 1. Beautiful. Step 1, disable arrow. I mean, you can do that thing, right? I think I always do the thing where you say like be performant, like turn off all the pretty features. Would that turn that off, I wonder? How's it going, Binary C? What a stupid feature. I kind of like, I don't know, shaking things. Mac OS, if you shake the mouse pointer, it lets you see it. I kind of like that. This stupid machine, if you shake it, it does undo. Sometimes that's useful, although it's bad user interaction pattern. Man, I know. What a... Windows. I don't even know. I'm just slightly speechless at the moment. Okay, this feels better. It looks better. The fading cooldown thing is maybe not actually useful because it's so short. But I'm going to leave it for now. Anything else I want to do on the front end right now? Description and screenshots, that's just like paperwork. But it'll hide artifacts. What artifacts? I feel like I shake Windows all the time just for fun. Just to show what I'm talking about. The fading thing? Oh, but I think that's gone. Your pixelized thing, I think, is gone because I'm animating the opacity now. I hope. Is it still happening? I'm not talking... I like that opacity. I'm talking about the opacity of the cursor itself. So the opacity of the ring, I'm fine with. The opacity of the cursor is what I am maybe not crazy about. Does that make sense? Okay. Yeah, because there's two things happening here, right? When the ring comes, we fade the ring. That's good. I think that is hiding the pixelization. But I'm also saying that when you're in cooldown, that the cursor itself, the dot of the cursor itself, is its opacity is lowered. Which just may not be a useful indicator. Artifact is gone. Good. Okay. And actually, I'm not getting the too many messages thing, which I should be, which I guess means the client cooldown is working. Let's break the client cooldown on purpose. Why am I getting thanks for all those? I shouldn't be. The server should not let me. Well, that's bad. Does that mean... I wonder if I changed it to be 10 times a second or something. Oh no! Why am I allowed to click so much? Why am I allowed to click so much? 2 pixels, what are you talking about? Make the cursor be a bit larger when the mouse is down? Oh, to indicate that you are clicking? Maybe. I don't feel strongly about that. I do feel strongly that the cooldown seems to be not working. Oh, did I do something silly and default this to 1? No, expiration, read a set. I think that is in seconds. I think. Yeah, that's in seconds. So that should mean that I can only do 1 second here, unless I have set it to something else in AWS. That seems not good. We definitely spent some time getting that to work. Okay, I think there's actually secrets on this page. Let's not dox myself like I did yesterday. So if we go to our buddy Elastic Beanstalk and we click here and we click here and we click here, cooldown is set to 0.1. Let's change that to 0.25. Which is what I thought it was. Okay, that should be restarting. That would be kind of lame if I broke that, because that was a hassle. I'm making the assumption that you can use floats here. It'd be kind of dumb if you could not. "100 milliseconds, that's what it was set to. Okay. What the heck? "502. That's not right. "1 millisecond. That does not seem throttled at all, does it? Bummer. I thought that was working. So what do? We put it in there. I mean, we also got like real heavy into getting Regis to work, so it's very possible that we broke something here. So we did this as middleware. It should default to 1 second if that environmental variable is not set. And if we find you in the table, then you should get a 429 error. It's Litany, how's it going? It is kind of that. So let me turn on something. Let's turn on the heat map. I don't know if I pushed the heat map yet. Let's see. So only at the most basic level. It's really for doing weird interactive experiments. So heat viewer. Okay, yeah. So here's the heat map version that we did last night. So I can see where people are clicking, which because it's in beta right now, I have to manually add people. But that's just one of the things we can do. So we can like change it and do a kissing booth instead. And then I can get kisses like this. Where's the kisses? Ah, yes. We can do stuff like have clicks change my lights. We can do stuff like clicks let everybody work on a music sequencer, terraform a planet. Like we have all these modes available. But yeah, the core is just it's a way for users to click on a video and for the broadcaster to have access to those clicks to kind of do whatever they want. So many kisses. And I was just discovering that it unfortunately seems like my cooldowns are not working on the Amazon Redis server. I really felt like we had this working. That's lame. I don't really want to work on that right now. We got a bunch of console logging in here that we should not have for something that's deployed. Oops. So we're making it past the token check. So we should be making it to the cooldown check. Well, lame. Let's do this. Just let me double check. I just looked at the documentation. Maybe you're right. Maybe I'm only waiting one millisecond. Redis set. So I'm doing EX, which is seconds. PX would be in milliseconds. And I am doing EX. So EX should be in seconds. There could be something else wrong. Uh-oh, what's broken here? Oh, I gotta run the local Redis server. Oops. Okay, that's our local Redis connection. Now let's edit this jerk to point there instead. Yeah, like all those clicks did not make it to click because I was clicking and I'm getting my too many requests here. I mean, I could try PX, but this is totally working. Here. It could be some inconsistency with the Amazon Redis server versus. But I would not be opposed to that. I like milliseconds anyway, right? Okay, so I definitely get too many requests here. If by default we defaulted to 250, we're okay. And then if we set our local cooldown dude to also be 250, then I should always be fine. So I think our logic is sound. Let's deploy this. Actually, let's get rid of all these console logs. Oops. Yeah, I don't want any of this per click stuff. That's okay. These things are okay. Okay. Okay, so let's do an EB. I think I know what it is actually. Maybe I deployed before committing. That is certainly a thing I could have done. Nonsense. Don't commit that. Why does this music have lyrics? So we just switched to milliseconds, defaulting to 250. We switched to PX here. We got rid of some clicks. Okay. I don't know what. Drakenbot agrees with you. But only once. I'm haunted by Draken's robot. I don't know what it's doing. It's spying on me. Okay, so then I probably need to go to the AWS console. And change that to something that looks like milliseconds. I pushed the wrong button. Oh no. Okay, wait. That's me. Elastic beanstalk. Let's start by setting this to 1 second. Did I actually do this correctly? So what did I say? I said cooldown either comes from the environment or it's 250. Yeah. So let's start by setting it to 1,000. I can't apply for some reason. Oh, I don't think you can edit environmental. Man, I know. I'm going to do AWS. It scares me. It's too scary. It's so easy to destroy everything. Okay, so we have to wait a minute, unfortunately, which is goofy. I can't change environmental variables while it's in the middle of the deploy. Okay. Let's set it here to 1 second, which means we should get, means we should have cooldown problems. If we go back here, I thought I was going to sneeze, but I didn't. Excuse me. Okay, well, I think I'm still deploying. Okay, we don't need you. Read a server. I love this cool ASCII art. Read a server, though. I'm into that. Hello. Look at that. Too many requests. Weird. So either one of two things. Either for some reason it didn't like the EX and the PX is working, but I think actually maybe the more likely thing is there's something I hadn't actually deployed yet that I had like committed but not deployed. Whoa, what happened to my bitrate? Is my stream exploding? Dropbox wasn't paused. Oops. I think the bitrate looks like it was okay. Wait, now it's all fine. Maybe it's just the little health. The health dude. Why are you lying to me? 1.3 hours. 0 unstable events. Connected to the Portland Twitch server. That's weird. One day I was connected to San Jose. Who knows what's going on here? Okay, so. Let's call that crisis averted. What did I say there? I said 1 second. So presumably if I put 1000 here, we're golden. But I like it being 250 more, and then I'll sit on the server as 250. And yes, at some point I will make it where they listen to each other in some way. Like that wouldn't be too hard to do. It would, unfortunately. Just have to decide who's the boss of it. Like ideally the broadcaster would decide, and then it would go into the extension backend service thing. Problem is I don't think there's an easy way for the EBS, the extension backend server, to be able to talk to that. I think it is possible, but not in a like handy way where you'd get updates when it changed. You'd maybe have to poll it. Okay, let's apply that. And what else do we want to do today? I kind of want to do the Baby is Hungry. What was I doing here? We could do without that. So we worked on the heat map. Let's just throw that up. Okay. You have 2 rows of buttons. Let's see. What's that thing called? And Bootstrap. Like a button container. I forgot what it's called. This thing. Button group. I want a 2-row button group. May not exist. I guess you could have a bunch of vertical ones. Bootply? There's all these sites now. That's not really what I want. I would want them to connect, and I wouldn't want them to have separate radii like that. But that's okay. That's not a huge deal. We'll probably change the styling of that later. Okay, so I kind of wanted to make the Baby is Hungry. We talked about it last night, and then I made the heat map instead, which I think was good. I think we needed that. I'm gonna refresh this. I'm gonna lose chat. I didn't want to lose chat, but it happened. So I can try, hopefully, to get my new clicks in my dashboard. All the new clicky stuff. I think this is better. The custom cursor is better because it's easier to know like when you're where you need to be. The little ping thing is cute. The cooldown stuff seems to work reasonably well. I don't love the popping of the opacity. That would be better if it animated. We could add a CSS animation to do that. Like, to transition to the opaque and do it with a class instead of manually setting it. Oh, let's just add that to the to-do, because that seems like kind of a maybe. Okay, so let's do the Bebby. Let's get a hungry Bebby. We started that. It's a little tricky for the extension stuff. Like, they seem to be putting more into it. Like this, the whole reason I'm doing this is because they have like a hackathon going on right now with cash prizes. So they seem to like be trying to get people interested in extensions. I think on the 27th they're supposed to launch a new extension developer backend, which hopefully has more resources. But yeah, the documentation has not been great to navigate. It's been a lot of trial and error. This thing is kind of cool, but also kind of frustrating, that lets you test your extensions. It's not too incredibly hard once you kind of understand it, but getting to the point of understanding it was not great. Okay, let's just steal the kissing booth for now, because I think it's pretty tidy. There's so much code overlap in these, it's all a mess. Okay, so the idea here is that we will feedback on the doc. Yeah, man, the documentation is just some of the terms don't make sense. Some of the stuff they refer to is totally ambiguous. Like it hasn't been super great. Whoa, why is this so slow? Is it still set to 1 second over here? Yes, it was. Okay. So what do we want to do? Those are our local tests. So let's get a Bebby window. Is that you? So, uh-oh. Did I already break this? Did I even do anything? I don't even do anything. Why doesn't this work? Oh, because I don't have a sprite. Why is that not giving me an error when it should? Like Firefox, not very useful in terms of errors. I have no errors in the console, but there should be, because there's an image not loading. I bet if I go to Chrome, it will tell me, hey, there's an error here. Let's see. Yeah, error. Why? Maybe, but it's like, maybe failed to load resource, but that seems like an error. It seems like that should be in the console. You're probably right. I probably could have gone to see it not load there, but it still doesn't feel right. Feels like, hey, that's an error, dude. For now, let's just steal the kisses from the orbs. I have to be careful with this one. We don't want people to be able to write things. The heat map stays up too long. You can write stuff on screen with the heat map, and it's a problem. We'll let Life is Yours write inappropriate things. So let's start with food. Okay, we can place food. Terrific. What's your problem? Oh, because this is a sprite sheet. We don't want that. I shouldn't have used this one. Man, can I remember how to do this? This was just to get the sprites working in... I forgot. Oh, we should do this. I think I can feed a base texture in here. And then we don't even need any of this. Yeah, we don't need a kiss index, any of that stuff. That was for randomized sprites. Actually, you know what? We do want to do that. I just changed my mind. We do want that. So let's, because then we can have different pieces of food in our sprite sheet. So we need a 250, 256 sprite sheet. Because then we can put down different snacks for the Bebby. And if that's the case, maybe we just copy the kisses to begin with. I don't even know if that's necessary, really. Probably isn't, but just felt efficient. Oops. Okay, so we can do this. Now, here's what's different. We don't want to scale them. We don't really need to do any of this stuff. Maybe food will like deteriorate over time if the Bebby doesn't eat it. Does this work with mobile? I don't think it works with mobile at all. Like mobile extensions are their own thing. So I don't think, especially like the way stuff shows on iOS where the video player is its own dude, I unfortunately think that overlay extensions like this do not work on mobile. I think it is possible to make, there exists some kind of mobile extension, but I don't know if you can have overlays like this. They might only be panel extensions. I'm not entirely sure off the top of my head. Let's see. Like to make there exists some kind of that's me talking. Be quiet, me. Yeah, I think unfortunately with like the way the video plays on mobile, I don't know that there's a way to do the overlay. For mobile, I think mobile is even its own category. Let's see. Extensions on mobile. Yeah, you can switch to an extension. So one of the things I could do for mobile is you wouldn't be able to click on the video, but you just have an XY pad to click. So you could still click, you just wouldn't click directly on the video. You could like click on the XY pad. I think. Yeah. So I'm thinking that's not going to be in 1.0. I don't even see. Okay, so if I had a mobile extension, I would see it here. So that wouldn't be too hard. Maybe we'll consider that for the first release. Let's call that like 1.1. Wouldn't be as good, but at least it would work. Glad you said that. Okay, so we want to make... I just want little pieces of food, really. So to draw the click, we don't really need any of this age stuff. This might be a bad idea. Probably a bad idea. Let's make it anyway, and we'll try to make it less of a bad idea later. So this right now will just let you draw kisses. We need snacks that kitties like lasagna. Let's see. We need like some cartoon cat snacks. All right, here's what kitties like. Kitties like fishies, live chickens, bacon, steak, other fishies, bones. I don't think cats want bones. Ooh, this one wants catnip. Mice. We could have mice, little mouse foods. Pusheen likes donuts and cheese bits. I don't need to worry about that at this moment, though. Well, we'll think about it. Maybe this cat just wants like cinnamon rolls and donuts and junk food. This cat might want junk food. The cat in question is this cat. This kitty. I think this kitty wants snack food. Mashed potato, sure. Cocaine with a K. What kind of cat you think this is? Catnip is basically cocaine for cats. Okay, so we can click these. They're way too big. Is that not a valid thing to do? What was the way I was doing it? Oh, you have to do it like this. I don't know. I don't know how to use Pixie.js very well, but we're learning. Okay, we can have all these cute little kisses. So the thing we want is to do this weird Pixie.js rope. Simple rope. Draw a texture across several points. So we want to maintain some points. And then draw a kitty. So, Jacqueline, how's it going? Let's go into Illustrator. I don't think of how I'm going to write this. Like, I want this snaky effect where one point leads and the rest follow. And I could write it as an IK thing, I think. But maybe what I really would like actually is to like, as you move a thing, all of the previous points just want to follow you based on, I guess they get like a vector between where you are and some distance. We'll figure it out. We cleaned up some more front end stuff, so the clicks look a little nicer. Live Features gave me some nice feedback on the clicks, so I think our front end clicks look a little better as like little pings. They could still use some more work, but I think they're getting there. Now we have a custom cursor here. The cooldown was broken, but now the cooldown should be fixed. Look, I got the cooldown for one moment there. And now I'm feeding the Bebby. So let's get started on the Bebby. First, the Bebby will just be a rectangle. So maybe we just steal their example to start with. Get out of here. So this now wants points. And then if we want to modify those points, points.push. So that's just an array, it looks like. This is not structured well. Oops. I don't think we can use this anymore. I guess we'll keep it just to see. And then do we need to add the rope to the stage? Presumably. I think it's like app.stage.add. This thing. This is nonsense. This is a nonsense file. Who would make this? Why is this all in that initialization function? Oh well. One of these days we'll tidy it up, right? Oh, it's not. It's outside. So I guess that's okay. Well, no, it shouldn't be. Probably. Why are my kisses here? Actually, this probably needs to happen inside this blob for now. Okay, so we want to add the rope. We want to make some points, make the baby. Pixie.rope is not a constructor? Are you sure? So one of the problems I've been having with Pixie is that the version 5 is about to come out, and I'm building against version 5, and I feel like a lot of the examples are version 4. Isn't it here? Oh, interesting. Okay. So now they do have stuff that is version 5 only. But I want the strip. It's this one. So can I tell this to run in 5? Okay, that's 5 RC, so that should be good. So pixie.mesh.rope. Okay, there is our Bebby. It's kind of nice to have it not distort the beginning and end. I wonder if you can configure that. Okay, so the thing we want to do is always have the Bebby like going towards food. Maybe we should make the Bebby some kind of object with its, like an entity with its own update loop or something. What if they, actually that'd be kind of cool if there was just this idea of adding an update loop on things. I guess you just have to do it in a ticker. Deprecated. Okay, let's just do this simply now. And come up with a better way. After we at least have it moving around on the screen. No, life is yours. You don't want to do that. You want to tick. Usually you want to tick at like a frame rate. So probably under the scene it uses this. request animation frame. So it'll try to animate at 60. And I bet under the hood that this is what it's using if you want to like animate at a consistent frame rate. So we'll update our Bebby. And the thing that we want to do is just kind of lerp. Does Pixie know how to have like a vector too? Do you not have one? Come on. No? Does Pixie just not have... That's a little sad. If there's no... I know it's 2D, but if there's not like 2D vector math in it, that would kind of suck. Really? I mean, seriously, do not have... Okay, well, we'll just write our own math, I guess. Okay, I'll trust you. We'll set interval 0. Some people do that. I have seen people write that very code for the reason, or almost that very code, like to do something like that, like a set timeout in Unity of frame 0, just to force it to run on the next frame. But I don't... That doesn't feel safe to me. This kind of bums me out. I was hoping we would have some vector math functions. Oh well. You despise intervals? Yeah, it was a... I didn't like it. It was somebody on my team in the last job. I understood why I did it, but I think there were other ways. Okay, we'll update the Bebby. So what I want to do is like... basically like... figure out where I am, figure out when I want to go, and move 10% of that distance to get there. And it would be very handy to have some vector math stuff. Math.js, Victor.js, 2D vectors for JavaScript. Is this what I need? A new Victor? Kind of don't like the name. But this lets me do all the stuff I want to do. Can I lerp? That's the real question. I can't lerp, but I can mix, and I bet that's kind of like a lerp. Yeah. What about this one? Math.js. Oops. Does Math.js not have vectors? Okay. Maybe I do need to use Victor, even though I don't like the name. Victor, I don't know. I can't really criticize Victor because I name things insane things all the time. So, I mean, here's a math vector.js. Comes with bento. Feels silly. Feels a little weird that that's not in Pixie. Victor.js, huh? Is that what we're doing? Look at this. Look at this little Boyd flying around. This is going to be the thing that determines it if it's hosted here. I mean, it's not the most popular thing I've ever seen. Click the space in the banner. Do you think it'll come to me? I mean, this is almost exactly what we want to write. This is more or less the thing. We just want to have the rope. So we want to find a target and then interpolate towards the nearest target. So maybe victors are one. My hero. So to make a new Victor, I mean, I'm fine with it being called Victor.js. I'd rather not like create a new Victor though. That seems kind of dumb. Also, is it only 2D? Because that's also not great. Whatever. We have an array of points, so we take those, we make a Victor, we do our math just to... I mean, this is also math that isn't that hard. We could do all this math. It's very easy 2D math, but... why write it when you can make Victor do it for you? We could even take that array of points and make a Victor out of it. So the thing I've written stuff like this before and I just can't quite remember how I did it, but I basically want one point to follow and the next one to kind of always follow behind, which I guess if each point is kind of lerping towards its dude, then we should be okay. Or like calculating a distance between the 2 points, wherever the heading is, and just do one at a time and like just iterate through the points every time. Okay. Anyways, let's make a Victor, I guess. Great. So first let's just do the main point. Can I update one point with, do I have to update the, do I have to update all the points every time? Or do I have to like tell the dude that its points updated? That's just to draw the points, not the mesh necessarily. So it seems like maybe you can mess with those points and not have to refresh the rope. Like it's constantly looking at it. So that's kind of cool. So what we want to do basically is say that our what was their thing for points then? We have pixie points. Can I just not do math with them? Like what's a pixie point? So we have a, oh man, okay, we have already a representation. So we have to convert this to some other representation and do math on it. I don't want to do that. Oh, life is yours. What am I going to do? We just write all this math. It's not hard math. It's just, I don't remember it off the top of my head, and we will have to do the work to write it. We want to be able to, let's see, what do we actually need to do? Really just lerp. That's not that hard. We need to get some normalized vector between 2 points. Like get a, a directional vector for 2 points, which is really just subtracting so that the first one's at 0, and then you normalize that, and then you multiply. No, you don't even need to normalize it. We'll just take 10% of it and add it. Okay, this is easy. We don't want Victor. Forget it. We don't need it. We don't even need to look it up. We'll just, this is not hard. So you need to subtract like you have the current point. I mean, really, it's just the target point minus the current point, kind of. I wonder if I can subtract this or if I have to do that individually, which would be a little annoying. Oops. Lost my train of thought. And then we want to multiply this times 0.1. And then we want to say that I don't need to do this. Can I add? Can I do anything? Is there any math in here? Copy, copy from, copy to. I can do a set. In Victor, I know, but I'm getting rid of Victor. I'm going to do it without Victor. I've decided that I don't need Victor. Wait, you're wrong. That's wrong. Current point is the 0th point. Did we not populate our points yet? Guess there's a possibility. What do we actually like run the ticker? That this could tick before. We'd want some kind of delta time too, actually. We don't just want to do this once per frame. Okay, and let me just verify that we did not have to update the rope here. Like in the ticker, this just messes with the points. This doesn't seem to manually update the rope, which is called strip. Made it with the points. We added it to the stage. And then it really seems like we should just be able to mess with the points. But that also seems kind of not true. Nothing in here looks like we're updating the rope. Like we make the strip, we set it, we add the child. This graphics thing is really just about how to draw its little skeleton, I think. We actually need that. I don't think we, like, this all seems optional. And this seems optional. But I might be wrong. I broke it. Maybe it wasn't as optional as I thought. Render points. Yeah. So that looks to me like you can just make the rope and then mess with the rope. So we're calling update baby. Let's just throw all this in here. Let's just put all of our shame inside of here. And maybe this actually should be like, I did a bad job. I should get a delta time from this. I assume, yeah, delta. So update the baby with a delta and then take delta here. And then we want to multiply probably. That might not be what we want to do, but let's try it. 159. Points are all pixie points, right? Those should all have X's. Is that not true? Oh, not on the first run, probably. Okay. If I do something silly. What is wrong? Who's undefined? Oh, is that supposed to be a new pixie point? Probably. Yep, my fault. That's my fault. What happens when you just make things up with a framework you don't actually know? Okay, so now the Bebby. That dude will aim for the Bebby, so that's good. I don't know why it waited for a click, though. Like, did I do something where none of this happens until I click? I have something in a draw click that should not be in a draw click. Oh, all this crap's in draw click. It shouldn't be in draw click. None of this should be in draw click. Get out of here. That's not where I thought I was sticking it. Oops. Outrageous. It's outrageous. Okay. So that thing's going to animate there. So then the thing we want to do is now we want to iterate through. Out of control. You're out of control. We want to just iterate through each point and have each point try to animate, like basically do the same thing. Like always be animating. And when point's 0, target point, and then we'll just set target point every time. And it will always animate 10% of the way. I don't know. I don't know. Let's see. So what we want to do is So for every point, we want to do this business, basically. And at the end of this, we want to set target equal to whatever the last point is. That did a bad job. That's not at all what I wanted to happen. Okay, what horrible thing have I done? So we're going to iterate through our points. Oh no. What are you showing me? It's showing me clips of myself? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, thanks for making clips. I do actually appreciate that. Thanks for making clips. So I've done something totally wrong though. The target point initially is just whatever, randomly in the middle of the screen. And okay, let's change that and just make it where anywhere there's a click, that target point will be equal to the click. So I'm just doing a bad job, Draclin. That first one seems right. But I've got some number problems here. Why does it happen so fast? It should just be 10%. Make sure this doesn't get changed. Oh yeah, we need to do the same thing. I wasn't scaling the Y. Look at that. Okay, now the Bebby should come in and try. We need like a minimum length though. We don't want it to get too short. Delta is a number of milliseconds since the last frame, and normally in animation when you're doing when you've got a frame rate that is potentially somewhat variable, you don't want to just like say, oh, draw at this frame, then move 5 pixels, and then draw at this frame and do 5 pixels. You always want to scale it based on whatever the time delta between the two frames is, because you know the time of an individual frame can vary. The idea, Draclin, is that you will put down food, and then the Bebby will come eat it, because the Bebby is hungry. So this is working pretty well. How many points did we add here? Yes, but a cat. Yes, that's the idea. The Bebby is hungry. Make the belly stretch? Oh, no, I don't know about that. I had an account for belly stretches. We'll get into Nobi Nobi Boy territory. Like, as you eat, the belly will get longer. The problem is, with this thing, I think is just going to kind of suck, is maybe we can handle it, is that what we'd really want to do is have, like, some tile-y thing. Like, we're using this rope, which is a cool feature, but I think the it's not really gonna be what we want. Like, what we really want is the ability to repeat in the middle of the rope, unless the rope has some fancy feature. Because a rope is just a kind of mesh. This is cool, but the thing you'd want is, like, no distortion at the ends, right? Like, you'd want the head and tail not to distort, or the front and back feet. Whoa, what is this? Cows? Oh, Syriac is the best. Yes, in this realm. Syriac, all-time best. Love his music, too. Yes, very much like this. But what you'd want to do, what we would want to actually do, this might be a pain in Pixie.js, is have some, like, fixed mesh at the front and like front and end, and then some tiling thing going on in the middle for a long cat. Oh, it's going to be a long cat. Oh, you mean the long cat? Yes, canonical long cat. Basically, somewhere cartoony. There's two B's in Bebby. The Bebby. I gotta watch this again. What's the date on Longcat, you think? How old is Longcat? Know your meme, Longcat. 2006. Wow. What else is going on? Oh, wow. Was this also 2006? Dracklin's favorite. Goodnight, Sweet Prince? Wait, these aren't 2006. This is a lie. This can't be 2006. This really? Goodnight, Sweet Prince? Wow. Guess so. Diabetes, 10,000. Man. Cannon Rock. Wow. Also 2006. Excellent year. Well, yeah, but I think the meme started earlier. I has the shovel. Adorable. Okay. We need more points. So we have this problem where it gets real stretchy before the next thing is, because we're doing the kind of this lerp thing where each one is continually lerping. And that's not really what we want to do. We want maybe the first one to lerp like that, but we want the rest of them to be 90%. Probably. So like this percentage where we're doing 10% each, we probably want it to be like what's the right word for that? Like, I call it alpha all the time, but what is the actual thing? Like in a mix, like a... They say A. They use alpha as a value to interpolate between. So it is fair to call that alpha? Because that's what I always call it. I feel like I started calling it because of this. Not as transparency, but just as a interpolation value. There'll be one Bebby. Everybody will just feed the Bebby. Memes always predict the future, don't you know? Okay, so what we're going to say is that alpha will be equal to 0.1 for the first, and then the rest of the time they'll go 90%, but this is going to be bad because they will get too close. So then we need a minimum, a min distance. Look how fast this Bebby is. Oh man, this sucks. Okay, so now we need to... a number in a range of, but it's specifically you think of it in terms of interpolation. This Bebby's so fast. Why is this Bebby so fast? Look at that Bebby go eat all the clicks. Can you click? Will the Bebby go eat your clicks? I didn't realize I'd already done that. Okay, so that's a little weird though, because the first value, the Bebby should not be this fast because the first alpha value should be 1% or 10%. Okay. Wait, what feels bad? The perf on the heat hover bubble mouse chase speed. Yeah. You mean it's laggy on this guy? That this is laggy? Is that what you're saying? Does it feel that bad? There's definitely some lag, for sure. Was it really that horrible? Does it look laggy to you here? I mean, I wonder if it's just your browser or your computer. What browser are you using, Draclin? Well, I tested it in Chrome. I mean, I'm doing it on mouse move. It has to wait for the mouse move event. So alternatively, and maybe this is better, instead of having that little dude actually change the image and use a custom mouse pointer. So let's just plan to do that. Animate the cursor cooldown fade, which we would still be able to do. No, we wouldn't. We wouldn't be able to. If we used an image-based cursor, we wouldn't be doing the animation like the mouse move tracking in JavaScript, and then there wouldn't be any lag, theoretically. So let's plan to do that. Default cursor plus an image. There's definitely a little lag, for sure. It doesn't feel egregious to me, but it may just be different computer performance. That would be... where? Here. So I mean, there's absolutely lag, no question, but it's like my computer's not that bad. But I think if we used image-based cursors, then we wouldn't have it, because then it would be all at. Oh, you mean use it with? I don't want to, maybe. I would rather have a custom cursor. Oh, that's fair. Maybe it's slower on Twitch. That could definitely be a thing, especially in a browser that's like rendering video and stuff. But we are manually tracking a div around, and we don't have to do that. We could just use an image, and then it should, in theory, be perfect. Perfect. You think the sandbox is more performant? Man, I don't know. The sandbox sucks. But yeah, okay, we'll put that on to do. I'm not opposed to that. Okay, here's the thing about the Bebby. The Bebby needs, first of all, the Bebby is hungry. Second of all, the Bebby needs to have a minimum segment width. And we're going to calculate this without any helpful libraries. Meaning, that instead of adding an offset, we'll subtract an offset, and we will always make sure the length of that offset. So we will normalize it and then multiply it. Okay, sure. I gotta remember how to do this. I want the math. Just tell me what is the math for normalizing vector? Normalize the vector and then scale it. Yeah, so we'd want to normalize it first and then scale it and then subtract it. How would we make sure that the length was always right, though? We could compare the length. Well, if we did it this way, then it would always be the same length. So maybe that's not so bad. It's not a problem with infringement. It would mean a couple things. One, all libraries that you include have to be embedded in the package and have to be verified by Twitch, and they would have to approve them. But I don't think Canvas would really be. Canvas would be more costly, because then I'm like trying to draw in an invisible canvas that is on top of draw every single frame with no hardware acceleration at all. Like we're just doing. Well, maybe they added that. I don't know. Maybe they added some of the drawing. Maybe some of the drawings are more efficient on the back end in P5 now. But that means we're just drawing on an invisible canvas every 60 times a second, whatever. When I think it's more performant to do this. And I think in P5 we'd have the same problem, because what this is saying, what one of these posts seem to indicate is that the lag comes from lag between actual input and the mouse event firing. And so P5 would also be waiting for that same event. So you'd have similar lag, I think. Pause update? What do you mean? Oh yeah, I mean, I could pause those things, but it just seems, I don't think it'd be any better. Because I think P5 is going to be listening to the exact same event that I am. And then you'd have some more slight amount of overhead to draw it again. So I don't think that would be better. I would almost always assume that the browser's ability to draw elements will be more performant than just about anything I could do in a canvas, unless we're doing WebGL. Although, you know, maybe behind the scenes, calling a canvas a context.draw with an image at certain coordinates and updating that every frame. Maybe under the hood that is GPU accelerated. I don't actually know. So what we want to do is this. Let me think about this for a second. So instead of this, we want to not say target point. This is going to be a little weird because we're just going to want different math for the first iteration versus later iterations. Which is okay. We're already kind of cheating that here by letting it loop once and then saying, and next time do this. Because on the first iteration, here's the thing. Here's basically what we want to do. Is on the first point of that, it'll always be lerping towards where we want to go. And that is fine and that is correct. It's always moving towards a target. So it's always about a relationship between these 2 points, and then I just move a percentage of that every single time. Because I want to maintain a minimum length between the individual points of the Bebby, the points that make up the bone structure, we don't want to do it that way. Because I think it's easier. Figure out the distance. I guess we still could. That if distance was less than the threshold, maybe we still can. Let's try it like this. Let's try to normalize this. So we want to get the offset, and then we want to normalize the offset, but we need the length. Is the square root of these things? Yeah, this is all math. It's not hard math. It's just, you know, it'd be kind of cool if we had a library that did this. X times X plus Y times Y. So this is all the offset. So this is the length between our two dudes. And maybe we don't want to scale it then, actually. Maybe if we're going to do this anyway, we want to remove this scaling from here. So this is the initial length. And then we want to normalize our offset, which should just be this. Right? Now we're normalized, and now we want to give an amount which, to have the exact same behavior as we had before, would just be the length times whatever we said, 0.01 times alpha. Maybe? I broke it. Math. Okay. It's really trying. We're really trying here. I definitely did this wrong. Normalized. Scaled by the length. Oh, not times alpha. Wait. Sorry, this should be delta times alpha. The Bebby is so slow. Now the Bebby is so fast. Okay, now what we can do is have like a min length. Whoa, look at the Bebby fly. That was weird. Okay, yeah, we do this, and now we want to say basically that if length is less than min length, length equals min length, and then down here we want to say the min length. I don't even know. I don't know what it's going to be. Okay, this looks like Wrong. This looks like all the math I just did was wrong math. Because that's going to be the current point. No, we need to do this first. This is kind of annoying. We need to say, like, we need to mess with the length. We need to do, like, length equals times equals delta times alpha, maybe. Like, scale this first. And then if it's too little, then we make it bigger. And we need to normalize this before we do that. Okay. Oh no! I did it wrong. I did a, this is wrong. This is definitely wrong. We get a length, that's the actual length. Then we get a normalized vector. And we want to multiply it times some amount that we like. Maybe this is just way too big. I just don't really have a sense of like what. Okay, the Bebby's fine until we mess with the min length. And if we said the length was always like 20, why does it gradually get so angry? Maybe we don't even want alpha in that context. Maybe... Why do these ever get short? I mean, part of it I actually don't know at all what is an acceptable length here. So if we want some springiness to it, if everything is lerping towards where it thinks it should be, I mean, maybe it would be easier on my brain if we like split this out a little bit. Animated the first point first and then animated all subsequent points after that. might make it a little easier on me. Because this logic is mostly working fine for me for the first point, and then the rest of the points suck. So let's try that maybe. That one was pretty easy, right? Because all we did was get the offset and then added 10% of the offset. We're kind of tweening. We're doing something a little weird. We've got like a snaky cat body that's going to be interpolating. Tweening implies that you have a start and end point, but in this case, the end point will be kind of variable. So I was trying to do it where I was treating everything the same on the whole cat body. 0.0. So we've got the head kind of doing its thing, and then we want the body. And I was trying to do it all at once, but it was just getting a little annoying and untenable. How's it going, Mega Power MC? So we want to instead draw the head, and then we'll go through and draw all the rest of the points after it. And so what we want to do in that case is say, start with like target point. Whatever our first little snaky point is. Broke it. And let's try to just maintain a minimum length. Let's not scale it. Let's just say that we want a minimum length, basically. I've broken it. Broken it for sure this time. Well, that was weird. It appeared out of nowhere to haunt me. Yeah, I mean, it's you could have some kind of variable destination tween. Right now, the targets are fixed, so it doesn't really matter. So it's kind of that. Like, there's a point here, and there's a point here, and then you want to interpolate between those points. So yes. How do I want to say this? I guess often there you have like a fixed rate also. Now and you can have like easing and things like that. We're getting cheap easing by just always going 10% of the way. And the head part, and like if somebody introduced new food along the way, a new target, you might change midstream without having like a fixed interval. Like a tween would be like, if I feel like normally a tween would be like, go from here to here over 1 second with this kind of easing. Where in this point, we want to say like, oh, there's this thing over here, let's go towards it. But if a new thing comes here, we want to like divert to that thing, basically. But it's the same in principle. The math is very similar. Sorry for hitting the microphone. So, but the little skeletal follow thing is where I'm screwing up. So we want to figure out that length and, I don't know, make up some numbers. Okay, that's... We just get so squishy. So the offset is from the current point. Maybe the offset should actually be backwards from the target. Because that's what we really care about. Like, the target is actually kind of our point of truth here. Okay, much better. That was my problem. Okay, now we got a weird little worm. It does not perform well when we get real squishy around the edges, but it's okay. The thing I don't like about this is it has no elasticity to it. Like, it has no stretch. But maybe that's better for us. For the way we need to implement this. Because then we could be very specific about the math and have it distort in a way that made a little more sense. Rather than something that's more flexible. A set timeout to make it lerp. Well, we wouldn't need to do that. We would just basically come up with this as the actual target we want. Like, create a new target, and then we would just lerp towards that target. Which could be kind of weird because all of them would be sort of continually lerping. Let's try it. We would essentially, back to this math, this math, where we would go like a percentage. We'd have to recalculate everything, which is a little annoying. But you'd basically always be lerping towards the point I don't want to do that actually right now. You could do it. It would not be that hard. You would just have to say for any given point, this is exactly where I want to be, which is what we have. That's what we're calculating here. All this work is just to say like, hey, here's where I want to be. And then we would do sort of this work again on top of that to say, well, let me like move towards that point instead of just always landing directly on it. Let's go ahead and change this also. So that's slightly more consistent. So we could do it. I know, we're so close. We're so close, Binary C. We just gotta... Oh man, I screwed that up. Was that not correct? Is that all I changed? Oh yeah, because that's how I wrote it. Really, we would want to go 90 point. Okay, yeah, if we did this, we would want to go 90% of the way. Maybe. Yeah. Okay. So we also need like some ability to eat. So like if your radius towards a given sprite. Oh no. Ooh, it really doesn't like to be backtracked upon. The Bebby does not like it. I've done stuff like this before, but I did it with a spline-based approach. So you would basically have one thing moving and kind of always maintain a series of points wherever it went, like just a sort of history of points, like just random points, but then you would create a spline that went through those points. So like you could do a little loop or things like that, and then you would place the points along the spline. I don't know if Pixie knows about splines. It'd be handy if it did. So we could... I wonder if you can interpolate along a curve, because you'd want to have a curve and then you'd want to pick a point along it. Especially if it was like a Catmull ROM. I saw Bezier in there, but I don't really want a Bezier. I want Catmull wrong curves because they're easy. Talltech, how's it going? Doing velocities might be a visual. Yeah, you could. If I had some representation for each point as a thing, then those individual things could have a velocity going towards where they want to go. But we're still going to have this problem. Like, what would be nice? It seems like Pixie just doesn't know about it, which that's fine. Is to always make sure we actually have a curve, you know, rather than this thing where we can sort of like have an abrupt angle coming back, which is not. That's why we get these jumblies when we start to go backwards on ourselves. But maybe that would never really happen. I mean, if this thing is always just going towards whatever the newest food is. Because the first thing that should happen per frame is to loop through all the sprites and figure out what's the closest sprite to the head. To the head. So like basically in here, instead of starting with our mouse point. Where's the Bebby? The Bebby's so hungry over there. We would do something like, here's the whole thing we don't like, is this. So we want to say, we need to loop through the sprites. We have a way to do that. This thing. Look at that Bebby go. Look at you all feed that Bebby. So we want to loop through all the sprites. We don't actually need to do it backwards. Doesn't really matter. Where did those brackets come from? Who knows? Visual Studio is just trying to help me out. So we need a length. I forgot. We just did this, didn't we? Wait, how did I get it? It was the square root. Yeah, we need this. So we need to get an offset. Yeah. And then we just want this, basically. Some amount of this. So we want, yeah, from the head. Really, we kind of want to go the other way. It doesn't matter. We can absolute value it, I guess. But in fact, we should. We should absolute value it. This minus. Oh. What am I supposed to do in here? How do I get the child? Get child out. Sure. The squirt. And we got to do some squirts. Yep. Oh, that's true. It'll always be positive. Unless we have some imaginary results. That's not what I wanted. Wait. What did I do? Didn't I just steal this? I wanted this. Come back to me. So, can we do this? Is this a thing? Can you do math.infinity in JavaScript? Does JavaScript know about it? Infinity? So just say infinity? Regular old infinity? Okay. So then we want to say like if length is less, if length is less than infinity, then and target point equals whatever. Maybe we should have made a pixie point with the sprite point just so we can have it. Does that work? Is that going to be the closest point always? I broke it already. What did I do wrong? Oh, there's a chance if there's no target points. Right, sure. Okay, it went to the closest point. It loves the closest Bebby. It changed its mind? Okay. So now we need to eat this Bebby so that it will no longer happen. Really, we should save the sprite. And then we don't even really need to do this. We can just target sprite equals child. And then we don't need to do anything down here if there's no target sprite. And then down here, target point is just going to be the point based on the sprite. I don't really need to do this, but I've already started typing it. Okay, this should be no different than what we had before, except now we will know what our sprite is. And then we can say, once we get down here, that if our length is beneath a certain threshold, we will have eaten here. We don't even track that here. Okay. I don't really know what a reasonable threshold is, but now I want to kill the Bebby, kill the child, destroy the child, child destroy. Is that reasonable to do? I think so, because we're not iterating over that. Look at the Bebby eat all the food. He's so hungry. He loves it. This Bebby definitely has some trouble with turns. We could give the Bebby like some of its own velocity, and the Bebby would always kind of move. Bebby's a creep. The bunching up is a little annoying, but this is probably adequate for our demo. Oh no, the Bebby is so sad. I guess we could do something where we calculated a minimum angle. Look at that Bebby eat all the food. Everybody's doing so great. This Bebby does not need to move this fast, though. The Bebby can take it slow. So how did we do that? Just go 5% of the way. A constraint on the lerp. On which part? The lerp towards the food or the individual joints? Why does it need to be constrained? You don't like when the Bebby moves fast? It has a max speed. The max speed is 5% of whatever the maximum distance 2 points could ever be. That's just the lazy way to write it. But I think it's sufficient. It just means if a thing is far away, it will go fast towards the far away thing. And if it's... I mean, we could add to that. You know, we could... Similarly, we could say once you've calculated that speed, then put it, you know, only let it go through... I see what you're saying. Like, you want to say, don't let it go above a certain speed, basically. So that would look like, that would basically just be normalize it again and then multiply it times, well, kind of what we started to do here. I don't think we use any of this stuff anymore, do we? You don't like the fast Bebby? I think it's funny when the Bebby's fast, but that's fair. So we would do basically this thing, and then we would just have a maximum speed that it could be. Yeah, so we would normalize it and scale the offset. We want to normalize it after that length. That's kind of annoying because we have to calculate the length multiple times because we need the length, like, I guess that's not the worst. But you'd have to recalculate the length to do that part, which is not a big deal. I just said I didn't. Wait, I just said I didn't want to do it? Maybe I changed my mind. I can change my mind. But now I kind of don't want to do it because, I mean, it's not a big deal. We would just recalculate the length again. But I don't mind the Bebby being fast, personally. And also I want, when the Bebby doesn't have a target, maybe like the Bebby should be just sort of walking around. Okay, this is like... Oh no! It can run after its own tail? I mean, if we were going to do this, we could kind of just always say, like, always move at a rate. Like we, you know, something like this, and just say, just keep this, and not even deal with lerping. I did a poor job. That means it can never get close enough. So to get back to where we were, we would do Does alpha even mean anything anymore? No. What did I do wrong here? We divided by the length. Oh, times the length, probably. We would just say, like, if length is greater than... something like that. Is 20 way too small? I not do that right? If the length is too long, like if we're going all the way over here, I don't think I calculated this quite correctly. We're gonna normalize. And then we're going to figure out our target. Oh, right, because we decided to offset from the target instead of not from the target. Well, let's maybe undo that then. It's so fast now. It's so fast. What'd I do? Why is that counting as eaten? The target point, that's where we are. We don't want to check this. We want target point. Target point is equal to that. Target sprite, if the length of this... Oh yeah, well we screwed this up now. We would need to recalculate this now. How do I want to do that? We just need a new distance from the sprite. Because we messed it up. Because if we're gonna... Oh, whatever. I broke it. Okay, now I think we can say do the maximum length thing. Maybe. Okay, life is yours. Now you have a maximum speed. I hope you're happy. So now I feel like we need to Nobi boy this and like just add more points every time we eat some food. Oh, he really has trouble. So what we could do, like in this scenario, there's one piece of food closer, but there's way more food up in the corner. We could do like some kind of k-means clustering and look for where like the biggest cache of food is and always go for the biggest cache of food. It's high fire copy. It's just because I'm drawing it not in a great way. It has some real problems with sharp angles. What did we say our minimum length was? This might help a little bit with that crunchiness. Like, let us have like more curvature. But we'll end up with this. So how would we, the actual way to fix this would be, I don't want it to lock on target. I think I like it just like getting distracted, because you know how I like to get distracted. The appropriate way, I think, to deal with something like this is to say, for every third point, so you have like point number 1, point number 2, we maintain this distance. Point number 3, we also maintain this distance. But there's some possibility that point number 3 could be right here, right? Which is not great. So what you would do is find the angle between this and enforce a minimum angle so that we would like force ourselves to open up a little bit. I think it would get kind of poppy and weird in that scenario unless we then also had individual points looping. But I don't know if I care that much. The next thing we would want to do is, I think we want to get longer when we eat more points, right? When we eat food, we should add more. Yeah, make it furry, and then you won't notice the crunch. Let's see. So, where do we actually create all the points? We need to make this into food also. When am I streaming? 3 hours? Let's see. Okay, so right now we only had 20 points. Offset by 50. Really, that should be 16. And we should probably have some global variable for segment length. But what I kind of want to do is to push a new point when you eat. So like when you eat, I just want to push a duplicate of your tail there. And then as you grow, this might not look great. But it's the easy way to do it, so let's do it. So this is basically, this means we ate. So then we want to do points.push points points.length -1, and we will just push a duplicate point at the end every time you eat. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. We just... What did I do wrong? Why is this happening? Why is the last point not updating? I wonder if when you make a rope, you can't add new points to it after you've already created it. Do we need to auto update is true, but like adding points may be a problem. Version of mesh UVs are dirty or not. Draw mode. Actually, if that was drawn as a triangle strip, you would think it would be less squishy. How do you think I tell it that I've added new points? Oh, maybe I just need to do it on its own array of points, on its own internal array of points? I already forgot what this is called. Something not useful, right? Rope, it's called. So maybe we need to do this. Rope.points.push, the last rope point. That would kind of make sense, but only kind of. It still doesn't, I'm not sure this is gonna work. This script is a mess. Roped up points, not actually real? Why, well, that seems not happy. Add child, adds one or more children. That's not what I want. These all seem inherited. Refresh vertices. Okay, let's do that. Oh yeah, I just undid the thing that I needed to do. Cool. Ridiculous. Eat the food, you fat baby. This is a pixie.mesh.rope. It appears to have a method called refresh vertices. What am I doing wrong? This just had something called refresh. What have I done? Why are you mad, you fat Bebby? Simple rope. Is simple rope different? Rope. All I called was, what do we actually make here? A mesh rope. Well, what is a simple rope? Geometry is rope geometry. Oop. Deprecated. Simple rope. Okay, since we're using this version of Pixie, maybe we need a simple rope. Although, what does simple rope do for me? Nothing? How can you add to a simple rope? Can I not? Cool. How do I, can I have a complicated rope? We have a rope geometry. Simple rope. Well, that kind of sucks, right? Can I even get to its geometry to, Well, that seems not cool. Maybe. Those mesh types? Where do they live? Oh. Mesh extras. Simple rope. Canvas mesh. What do we have in here? 9 slice plane. Okay. Wow, that's very simple. It is quite simple. I mean, I guess we could just reconstruct it every time. That would kind of suck, but maybe that's the thing you have to do. I guess let's do that. I gotta move on with my life. Recreate the mesh every time it eats food. Well, that doesn't really seem to be working. So this is really kind of the same problem we already had. We're adding to points. Every time we loop, we should be iterating over however many points there are, right? So if I'm pushing to points, why does it seem like we're not actually... What am I doing? What's my problem here? This should be the last point, right? Am I wrong about that? I mean, let's just try this. Oh! Is this because I need to like clone this in some way? This is probably all my fault. Yeah. This is my fault. I bet I need to clone it. I bet I'm just referencing the exact same thing in memory. Yeah, cool. Great. Is it growing? I can't tell. It seems like it's not. He seems to not be growing. Oh, do I need to do a shift so it's not at the beginning or something like that? It still seems like it's just not adding anything though. How do you add to the end? Is it shift? Or is that at the beginning? No, that's to get something. Add item to the end. That's what I want. I want to push. Okay, just to go over our problems. When we do this, we definitely get problems. When we do this, it seems to not do anything or work. What if we do that and then recreate? That's a good plan. Log my points length and make sure it's actually growing. Sure looks like I'm adding points. But it doesn't really look like it's getting longer, right? Well, it's moving. Maybe I need to just start with like 1 point. Have a really tiny Bebby, so it would be obvious if we were growing. And this is even me trying to like force recreate the Bebby. What weird thing am I missing here? I don't think so, because the points should always want to be this far apart. I mean, maybe. At least my goal was to say this is a minimum length between them. Now, let's try this. Maybe there is something to that, like something's like caught in the middle. So let's do a new pixie at point, and then for now just create it at 0, 0. Oops, pixie. So you would think there'd be a new point animating out. Is this a problem with their simple rope? Oops. Let's make like, oh. Destroy the old rope and make a new rope, just to see. Is that what it was called? Destroy? Now the Bebby is growing. mean, that doesn't seem like, it seems like a silly thing to have to do, but oops. Seem weird. I mean, I guess it could be that they're trying to internally be smart and they're caching something. Like, and the old rope seemed like it had a way to update that, but this one doesn't seem like it really offers anything in terms of maybe like simple rope. Simple rope didn't seem like it really offered us anything. Although, that seems like points is available. Why did it get mad when I tried to do that earlier? I think it's lying. It's lying to me. Not listed here. And when we looked at the source, oh well. I need to not get really. I've already gotten so hung up on this, which is just, this is just one little silly demo. Oh, the Bebby's becoming a real mess. Ooh, big Bebby. I don't know if I want to do this. That's true. That's true. This is nonsense. It's not the way to do this. I don't know if I want to add these points. I don't know if I like that. I mean, it's going to make the bet. And if we put a sprite on this, it's just going to stretch out and look ridiculous. Like, it's actually better to not do that. I guess I just wanted to try it. Okay. So let's get the Bebby in here, eating some snacks. Let's give our Bebby a minimum number of snacks. I guess part of it, I mean, I don't consider it a total waste because I am trying to learn more about Pixie because it's pretty neat. Yeah, just scale the width up. Problem is anything if we just deform like that is going to kind of make the distort the image, which might be kind of funny. Like the way I would build this if I was gonna, which maybe we can, like draw the mesh ourselves. Like I'd build basically a quad at both ends that would, with the UV set just to draw the ends of the cat, and then the whole middle could be the belly, and then we could like bulge it out all over the place. SVGs, this is all WebGL based, so everything ends up getting converted to textures and then mapped to triangle-based geometry. So even if we use an SVG in this scenario, everything would end up as a raster image. You probably could do it in some weird SVG way, though. I do want the Bebby to do something when it's not eating. Maybe the Bebby just goes to sleep when it's not looking for food. And then to have an animated mouth? I don't know. Okay, let's see. Pixie.js is cool. I mean, it's all WebGL based, so it's super performant, which I like about it. That's one of the reasons I've loved 3JS so much. 3JS was my go-to for years. I definitely do not do as much web stuff anymore, but I'm enjoying Pixie. So this is going to just be a weird looking cat to start with, unless we do the thing that I was just describing about making our own mesh. But let's make a ridiculous cat. So, you know, what does a cat look like? The cat's going to look like this. The cat's going to have a head and paws. And probably a long tail too. And some kitty ears. And kitty mouth. Oh, we won't even do a mouth for now. So let's get our kitty-fied. Let's do all these around them. And then we'll need like, this butt should be rounder. That's a round little kitty butt. Oops. I don't know how well this is going to distort. Probably not well. Okay, and the Bebby. Oops. Got like slightly creamy cat, and the Bebby will be very happy. Slice it in 3, just sort it in the middle. Yeah, we could. We'd want the curve to come in right. I mean, that's kind of what I would say, you know, like with 9 slice images, sort of something like that. Like an efficient GPU-ish way to do this would be to say, like to do a 3 slice, where kind of the tail is always maintained, like this is always maintained properly, and this is always maintained properly, and then everything in the middle is silly. I think we could still kind of do that without getting too complicated. I want that same curve. I want to do this. Oops. Actually, let's get out of here. Nobody wants this. Wrong. Bebby needs whiskers. Bebby needs like a little kitty mouth. I'm not really gonna look like a cat. That's okay. Little Bebby. We don't want the little mouth. I need some little toe beans. I'm gonna do this. Little pads. Maybe we don't need that. Okay, we'll start with this Bebby. This is not going to work very well, I predict already. Yeah, if we knew the slices, we could just always say, like, enforce that the front end is linear. But I feel like that would be all better if it was if we had control over the mesh. Well, actually, better to have this as a power of 2. Bebby get fat. No. His little face. Poor Bebby. All right, let's just see what kind of nightmare this is going to be. Why did the Bebby not? Oh no, the Bebby is backwards. Oh no. Oh no, the Bebby. Okay, well, we've got some serious Bebby problems here. But it's kind of funny. Okay, well. Reflect the Bebby. And make the strokes all thicker. And maybe the Bebby shouldn't have arms in the front. Maybe it's funnier if the arms were just sort of like that, like on the along the Bebby side. Let's see. Put it. Why is that not exactly there? End up with all these bad points. I'm not good at Illustrator on Windows. I hit the wrong shortcuts constantly. Okay, now we got our Bebby. Why? How did I lose? Got a problem here. Okay. It's not where I said to scale from. Yes, it is. Oops. No, those are right. It's this that's wrong. And this. That still looks wrong. Why? Why? What's your problem? You? Your problem? Mirror the Bebby. Sometimes you just gotta mirror the Bebby. I don't know. Look, all this geometry's bad. If there was some button to like force all the vertices to round and snap. Oh well. We're getting caught up on nonsense again. This is pretty silly. Okay. So the Bebby's quite stretchy. So what did we make this width? This width was I think we're 512 wide. No, we're 256 wide. So if we're 256 wide, Well, we should just do this. No, I already know that, actually. So I can just do this, where if we know the full size is 256, that's the sprite width, and we know how many points we have because it's the point length, then down here where we're setting the offset should be whatever. And then those would come from the two. Is that not right? I feel like the Bebby's too long. We said 16 points. No, we said 32. Divided by 32. 16th is our initial distance. That's why. Okay. Well, now we have a Bebby that just wants to go around, and we can finally feed the Bebby. What a miraculous achievement today. Ooh, the Bebby really has problems passing through itself. I know, what a triumph. This is a... Couldn't have done it without you. Couldn't have done it without you all in chat. Thanks for your support. Where do we make the size? The Bebby could be bigger. Why do you trick the Bebby? That poor Bebby. Why do you torture the Bebby in the corner like that? The poor Bebby. Ooh, the Bebby's struggling with all those snacks. This is very silly. The Bebby is hungry. Just so bad when sad when the Bebby's face gets all crunched. Just won't let the Bebby escape the corner. You people torturing the Bebby. Oh, I like it in the feed though when you're giving the Bebby kisses. That's nice. That's nice of you to kiss the Bebby. Kind of want the Bebby to slither a little bit. No one puts Bebby in the corner. I know. I agree. I agree with that. Well, we did this. We sure made this. I think the Bebby needs some spots, so it looks more like the Bebby from the video. I mean, I kind of had more stuff I wanted to do, but now I'm just entranced by the Bebby. So these numbers that we made up down here, one of them is the Bebby size, which should be something like, did we get that sprite from somewhere? Or if you can get it from here. Might be able to do like rope.texture.width or something like that. And maybe that exists. Wonder what it returns for that. That seems not correct at all. Well, that's at least points.length. Yeah, hello Ben, how's it going? The Bebby is suffering. The Bebby's got some issues here. We could add just like way too many vertices. We could give this Bebby, make this Bebby have a dense mesh. That's still gonna let it get crunchy in the corner. Oops. Oh, that's a fluid Bebby. Look at the fluidity of the Bebby. Go more. It's 256, like one division per pixel. That helps a little. Definitely doesn't help if the Bebby needs to go backwards, though. It actually isn't too horrible if the Bebby needs to go backwards when it's this dense. The real way to do it would be something to track angles, probably. Or some like nice spline-based thing where you're always moving along a spline. Like a Catmull ROM? How do you spell that? 2 L's. This isn't too hard to write. Oh, the poor Bebby. The Bebby hates that. The Bebby hates being trapped. Okay, well, here's the most important thing, I guess, is let's put the Bebby on my face. Ah, yes. Now we have the Bebby. Now the Bebby can enjoy eating all over the screen. Oh, yeah, look at the Bebby. Just clean it up, Bebby. The Bebby's a ghost currently. Let's unghost the Bebby. Oops. I kind of want to say that the Bebby doesn't... Maybe the Bebby shouldn't always go for the closest food. Maybe the Bebby should have food preferences. We could make like different food for the Bebby, and then the Bebby could decide to go eat whatever. We might need a bigger Bebby also. Let's make a bigger Bebby. That may be as simple as just exporting this 2x. Oh, now the Bebby's got problems. We got a squishy Bebby on our hands. How about now? There we go. Look at that Bebby. Oops, I clicked the wrong thing. Ooh. Bebby's really struggling. The food could also animate. Bebby could try to catch it while it was falling from the sky. I guess that would work. The Bebby picked a certain food target. Okay, let's make some food for the Bebby. Is these still all called kisses? Yes. We didn't do a good job of renaming these things. Uh-oh. Of course I broke it. Oh, this needs to be like foods. Foods. Please enjoy your foods. Oh, thanks. Oh yeah, look at that, beautiful. Following the contours of my body. I think we need the Baby is Hungry song to play though while we do this. The Bebby is hungry. YouTube. Isn't there a YouTube repeat? YouTube repeat. I thought there was some site. Listen on repeat, YouTube. No, don't do that. I thought there was some trick to just like change something in the URL. YouTubeloop.net. That'll work. Okay. That Bebby. We need to make the Bebby cuter. But first let's make some food. Let's make some food for the Bebby. Alright, the food should be bigger. Okay, we got bigger food. Oh, we're still logging insane things. We don't need to do that anymore. We don't need to do this anymore, really. How many times can I listen to the Bebby is Hungry on loop before I lose my mind? Before all of you lose your mind. Ooh, this Bebby's struggling. Okay, that's maybe all I can take. We need an extended mix. That's too short. Okay, so back to here. Now we got dueling Bebbies. Let's just make some quick Bebby food. Oops. Is that not snapping? You snap. How dare you? Okay. The Bebby is hungry for ice cream and cookies. Chocolate chip cookies, obviously. This looks like a planet, not a cookie. It's not a great cookie. That's okay. Oh. I did it. I mean, is this a game? It's just a hungry Bebby. It could be more of a game. Look at that poor folded in half Bebby. We gotta get like smooth Bebby interpolation. Here's a little known fact about donuts. They're just cookies with a another hole in them. I should not be allowed to use Illustrator on Windows. All my muscle memory is for the Mac. It's a good day to have a good day. The baby is hungry. How? Isn't there a way to do this? I think here, this is going to be, check this out. Check out my incredible icing technique. We make, we do this, and then we do this, then we round all these. Can I do it? No, that just makes a circle. Okay, wait, new plan. We need a star. And then we need, I forgot, okay, yeah, this. We do this. Now we do this. That's pretty good. Pretty good. Okay. Bebby wants a donut. I did it. I did it. What else is the Bebby hungry for? Ice cream, surely. Oh. It's a good day to have a good day. That's a good song. It's a good day to have a good day. Tuna. No, this Bebby doesn't want. This Bebby is not doesn't like your cat stereotypes. This Bebby wants. This Bebby has needs, specific needs. This Bebby wants mint ice cream. I do not know shortcuts on Windows. What are they? What are they? There it is. Oh. The baby is hungry. It's a good day to have a good day. I don't know about this ice cream. Not my best work, but it'll do. I know. Oh. The Bebby is hungry. Look at how hungry that Bebby is. Oh yeah, keep sending me. Yes. Keep them coming. Yep. These are indeed very hungry Bebbies. Look at how fat this Bebby is. We gotta give our Bebby more chins. Our baby also wants cake? I need another very, yeah, it's cake. It was like, I need another very geometric snack food. Come back. Oh. The baby is hungry. It's a good day to have a good day. Might be my favorite song now. This looks like cheese. Oh, come on. The baby is hungry. Baby wants snacks. Okay, I feel like the cake's not as not quite as inspired as the other foods. Oh my gosh. Life is yours. Ooh, you're probably right. Pizza's probably better. Let's do pizza instead, because I feel like that's more in keeping with our... Yes, this is wonderful. Thank you. Yep. Very good. Ooh, very good. That is clearly a hungry Bebby. Oh. Cheese kitty. Oh, Pusheen. Pizza will be better. Pizza will look better in this. I love Pusheen. Adorable. What, can I not? Suddenly I can't open anything anymore? Why can't I? Drag and drop URLs all of a sudden. That's a dog. Bebby doesn't want bacon. No, Bebby wants pizza for sure. We need to just... because this cake is not really working out. I mean, I guess the cake could become pie. I don't know, or does the Bebby only want desserts? Sometimes I just don't feel like I feel like I'm not entirely sure what the Bebby wants. Sometimes I feel like I don't even know the Bebby. Oops. Maybe that's adequate for the moment. Life is yours. Are you still going? That cake sucks. Did I make this the right size? Oh, I forgot that I had color randomization on. Okay, those need to be bigger. And not tented. Untent the Bebby's food. And don't scale the Bebby's food. Are these additive? We don't need to be additive. Okay. That's mesmerizing. Okay. Oh, the Bebby's tied in knots on the stream. Poor Bebby. I want the Bebby to come sit on my shoulder. The Bebby is hungry. Oh no, that's too much food. Oh no, the Bebby's gonna lose control in that corner. Maybe we need to make it where you can't put food too close to existing food. Like some kind of food grid, and that any given grid container can only hold one piece of food for the Bebby. Look at that, Bebby. I kind of think if we place new food, we should go through and delete any food that exists that's too close to that food. Oh no, what have you done? Hi, Bebby. Kitty, kitty, kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Oh. Well, we did it. Where's Dracklin? We need Dracklin. He's gone. Don't just do one element. Yeah, you're probably right. Like when we're close enough, just the Bebby should eat everything within a certain radius. That is a good point. Although we only track... So what do? We look for the closest thing. Well, okay, the reason we do it that way is the Bebby always has a specific target. So you loop through and you find the target, and then that's what the Bebby goes for. But instead, you could not do that, and you could every frame look to see if the Bebby was close enough to something to eat, and like sort of divorce those two things, like the eating of the food versus the updating of the Bebby. So you'd have like an update Bebby and eat food, and then the Bebby would just always eat stuff that's close. We could do that, but I don't know if I want to do it today. We're over 4 hours now. Hello. I like this. I like what we've got going on here. You know, I've got Commit and push. I think you're right. So I've got a couple of degrees, and they were very expensive. But now I feel like they're all worth it because I can say like, hey, look at this. Yes, I spent like $200,000 on degrees, but look what we've accomplished here. It was worth it. It was worth all the student loans. The Bebby could be cuter for sure. But yes, you're right. We should add the demo to the homepage. Commit, push. Ben, how's it going? Are you clicking the Bebby? Okay. I will let you all click the Bebby while I add Bebby. Add Bebby to page. Is this the one? We got to decide which of these is going to be the one that gets me the $15,000. Which demo? I think it's actually probably the musical one, but maybe it's this one. So I kind of like the idea of the Bebby just is always flying around, and then the Bebby will just sort of veer off to eat. This does. Do you think this is it? Is this the Twitch? I could eat the cookie. The Bebby stole my cookie. Very upsetting. Okay. Yes, Bebby is hungry. Correct. Okay. Heat map seems like it's probably the first one. Orbs is just boring now. We got to do something. We got to make the orbs better again, because the orbs were kind of cool for a while when they all glowed, and then I think we broke them. Okay, so oh no, they don't fit anymore. Oh, what have we done? We've broken the homepage with too many demos. I mean, it's the time. We might need 2 rows of demos now. I don't like the way it looks. We'll just cheat for now. Come up with a better solution. Voting? Yeah. So there's the one thing that exists already as an extension kind of in this realm is a voting app. And it's kind of cool. It looks like they do, like they let you click on something and then it dynamically creates a bounding box and calculates within it. And I'd feel slightly like a jerk if I just totally recreated that. But I have been thinking, like a long time ago, I did some project that was based on k-means clustering, which is just like you take an arbitrary field of whatever vectors and then try to cluster them together into groups. So we could do something like that. That would be kind of a voting thing. But yeah, I would like something in that realm. I just don't want it to seem too similar to the existing thing. Okay, we are what? We saved this. We are now going to integration. Life is yours. You think I would work with somebody? That's crazy talk. Me work with somebody? Outrageous. No, I want all the glory and all the money. Their thing is very utilitarian, but I think they did a good job of it. It's kind of cool. I watched videos of it. I didn't actually install it and try it. Because I had initially started on this thinking like, oh, maybe we'll just use this for like voting or something like that. And then Draclin found that extension. And that was my sign to be like, okay, this thing should be ridiculous. It can't be useful. Yeah, the Bebby is not utilitarian. You could. I could like give you option A and option B, and then you just decide which side to feed the Bebby on. The Bebby can go. You can vote using the Bebby, and we do have the heat map, all that good stuff. Okay, 4 hours 16 minutes. I think I'm done for today. Thank you all once again for joining me. I really appreciate it. I appreciate the feedback and help and interest. I'm gonna try tomorrow, I think, to do the remaining writing and submit the extension to Twitch. Not for the contest yet, but just to see if Twitch will approve it. Because then anybody who comes in can click, and we can go to just chatting, and everybody in just chatting can feed the Bebby. So thank you so much for hanging out. And am I gonna try to raid again? I feel like last time I did it, I blew it. I'm gonna try to raid again. What did I do wrong last time? What was the problem? I clicked this button here that said raid. It said pick a live channel to raid or host, and I did it. What is the way you would do it? Life is yours. Like if I didn't use this button, what should I actually do? Lana is on, but New Noiseworks is on, and I would like to send some people his way. Lana looks like she's got a lot of people, and I did raid Lana last time. So I should just say in my chat, raid New Noiseworks. Let me go to like my own, not on my dashboard. I'm gonna try this. Okay, do I need to say goodbye first? I forgot how it works. I'm gonna say goodbye. Thank you all. Farewell. Let's try a raid. I hope I don't mess it up. Say goodbye to the Bebby. Bye.
Although PC gamers are definitely worse. As someone who just came to PC gaming or back to PC gaming. Anyway, Scott made this. How have you been, dude? Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. What's going on, everybody, from Scott Made This channel? I hope you're doing well, Scott. I took a little break from streaming. I think you did right when I was taking a break too. So I've been meaning to catch your channel. I hope you're well. Hope your art project's been going well, my dude. And thanks for the host, the raid rather. What's going on, everybody else? I am working on a farming game. It's an MMO, and now I'm working on the part where when you put the seeds in the dirt, the plants grow over time. So, you know, nature. Yeah, same here, Scott. Same here. Okay, so you've been gone forever. I think maybe we might have just come back right around the same time. In OW, I only play Total Mayhem where everyone is too busy having a riot to be mean. That's probably what I should change to. We were talking about what else? Toxic gaming communities.